Okay, I'm back. Maybe the bitrate is shit, but yeah, my computer crashed because I looked at the clock. I don't know, but it crashed. So I'll just relaunch the game. See how it goes. It says my is unstable. Probably because I just restarted my computer, so it's starting everything again, but still it's weird. So it is 3 and 10 p.m. My favorite time of the day. Yeah, I could not resist giving the correct time. Yes, I enjoy that. Very accurate. Can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. You're welcome. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be said. It's good to collect that data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Okay. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you put up the game. Oh, hello, bot that wants me to become famous. Bye-bye. So did it just add some more sliders for me? Maybe not. Okay, let's play the game. Once again. God damn it.
This is the story of...
Yes, it's my story.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? That's new. Isn't it? Wait, where's the computer waiting for input? Why do I not see it? What?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so no waiting for input, I see. Nope, I wanted bucket. Right.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yes.
Stanley
So,
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself.
Oh,
yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or
there's a
how
thing
this
here.
bucket was speaking to him.
Wait, how?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So let me just listen to the bucket to see what's up.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
What dark room? Oh, this art, bro. Whee! Oh,
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
but I've already gotten this ending, just not with the bucket. So, is it
This
gonna
is the
change?
sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
So it did change. Bucket! Press Q to make me work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press F to take me home back with you. Yes!
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Will I listen to you? No.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
But-
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
But it's a bucket. Don't listen to the loud man. Press G for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Press L to lure anyone in your life except for me. Let's go. There's only the bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press J to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
Ah, see?
It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Ooh, press G to relive the same day with me over and over. Let's go.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
To go home to work to home to work to home. Let's go.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
No, my bucket.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Yeah, but the voice off wants to steal my bucket. Oh, I got the bucket love ending.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay,
What could it mean?
nice.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But I saw something new that I didn't before. So let's just skip the bucket for the first time. Yeah, there we go. Input. There we go. A way to go to the... I saw a collectible. I saw a collectible thingy. I want to
When
get
Stanley came to a set of
Also,
two
hi,
open
babies.
doors, this was not the
How you
correct way
doing?
to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Jimmy.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
No, I haven't been to the no bucket place yet. But I want to discover this place, because I haven't been there. Ever. Also, I don't remember where
Stanley
the
had
no
now
bucket
gotten
sign
himself
is.
so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
What?
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling.
Try to restart the stream, because now the bitrate is nice, but at the beginning it was shit. So if you followed from the beginning, maybe you stayed at the shit bitrate.
It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
What? Oh, so that's just the ending. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
So I
What
just
could it
got him
mean?
sad because
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So he just got pissed because I thought
Stanley
it was a
picked up the
recording.
bucket and
Okay.
smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Can you get down there without dying? Like, if you jump from here to one of the things on top, do you not die? Or do you still die? Because it looks like still quite a bit of a drop. Good boy. I don't know if I want to do this. I could try the same ending but with the bucket, which is technically not the same. But let's try to jump here.
But Stanley
Yeah,
feared
okay.
that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
The bucket doesn't have arms, but okay. Gets me
All of
more
his
inputs.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Input? God damn it, not here.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Let's try to
Stanley
find the
clutched
no
the
bucket.
tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but
Is it
Stanley had
around
felt
the
the
red and
bucket
blue
calling
door?
to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Is
And
it?
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Or
was
is it
no,
not?
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took
remember.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't
Can I
talk.
get a
But Stanley chose not
cross?
to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Except I didn't. Wait, it needs a key card? That's the first fucking door that needs anything to open? Huh. So I need to find a key card. Okay. Danger everywhere. Okay.
No, stop.
No
Look
bucket
there on the
past
wall.
this
You see,
point.
there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
New place to go. Yeah. Also, my mouse keeps disconnecting. Don't pay attention. Yes, Bendix?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
That's what I keep saying. I'm not doing this on purpose. It's just my mouse that disconnects from time to time, but it never reconnects. It's just it goes boop and then it comes back to life. I don't know how to fix that because it freezes my mouse and then it does the sound and then it's back. So yeah, I don't know how to fix that. So I just live with it.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wait. It was.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Really? How am I guessing it right?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect.
Ah.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Okay, I'll have to try to get them all wrong and then all right. Buy a new mouse? Maybe. Not now though.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I fear that I want to be wrong, but I fear that I might be right. I'll say yes. God.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
It's just everything is 5 years old? No, not 5. 4. 3.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Oh,
I
no.
can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game
No!
entirely.
No!
Okay.
No! No, no,
Here we
no,
go.
no, 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 no. You fucking... No. My bucket...
What happened? Is everything gone?
Yes.
Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything is a
was
bucket.
everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay. Just on that quiz, there were so many things to try. Like, always say yes, always say no, always
All
be
of his
right,
co-workers
always
were
be
gone.
wrong.
What could it mean?
So much
Stanley
stuff.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And I want to try everything out. No missing input.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I know.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Wait. I see 4 digits. I must write them down. 8492. Okay. That's written down.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop.
No.
Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior
Yeah, I
up to
just have
this
to find
point.
the right
Which,
PC.
if that's true,
Must be
well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay, let's try to be wrong at everything. So
Now then,
first is,
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the
I
thing
think I
I'm showing
remember.
you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
So first one is not a bucket. It's a hologram.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Third one is also not a bucket.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Third one is an actual bucket, right? Yeah, this is...
Item 3.
this is a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yep.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
So this is a tractor.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
And this is a bucket.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
I got wrong to every answer. The problem is the trick question because it's both.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Can I just leave to not answer? It's both.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
So yes, it is a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Oh, so it's
I've
still the
lost
same
all
ending,
sense
just
of
not the same
perspective.
prompts.
What is a bucket? What isn't?
Okay, got it.
A
Let's
bucket
just
mere moments
let it
ago I
go.
could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep
Yes,
doing
you're a
this.
bucket.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All All right, here we go.
Right. So 8492. I want to test the code.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Beep, beep.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No input. No waiting for input. God damn it.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
I missed it?
and entered the door on
God
his left.
damn it. I am dumb. So which room am I missing? Somewhere both red and blue. And I think it's been shown in there. The last one I'm missing. Yeah, this one. Clues provided by employee 416. Is it Jen?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
She already said that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, so 8492.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this
Damn it.
revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in
I
his
missed it.
darkest of hours,
God damn it.
did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The
Wait.
two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845. Damn it. I went 4582. Okay.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Right. I still have stuff to do here anyways, so it's fine. I didn't try to press on with
The
the
elevator
bucket.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Also, I still didn't figure out what the
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
like the puzzle. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe I just didn't
The
explore
lights
enough.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Is the bucket crying? Okay.
Was
she
the
talked
bucket
to
under
me.
the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
What?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What? Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Right.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
Truly evil.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, it's a happy ending. Damn. Nice. I got a happy ending.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
That's new.
Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Have I? I need to find a key card, by the way.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So where's the computer I missed? In this room? Doesn't look like it. Is it downstairs?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, so downstairs gets crazy, but I didn't do it with a bucket. So maybe I have to do that with a bucket. So, was it upstairs? Like in the bathroom? No? Yeah? Oh, found the computer. It's okay, you can take your time before you join me. Yeah, but you got a cat on your lap, so you've got perfect excuse. Oh, I can't go back down. I'll just drink something. What if I take the elevator with the bucket? Well, just a sec. I just found the perfect waiting screen. Okay, hold on. Wait, just a sec, I'll lower it a bit. Like, 75. So Bendix, you're telling me that, so you know I did 3 endings there. I turned it off, and the game keeps the bucket for himself. I turn it on and I see the birds. And I go to the escape point where I see the museum of buckets and then die. And yet, you're telling me there are 3 endings I missed? How? I don't even know where to look. Really? Like, do I have to... yeah, please, because I feel very lost. Does it have to do something with the bathroom? No? Call to drop
Stepping
by.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light
What?
pierce the dark clouds of confusion.
There
and
was an
chaos.
ending behind.
It would be with him always.
Okay.
The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
And now
Was it
there is
the
only
bucket
one
knew all
ending, you
along?
know?
Was the
Because there is a
bucket
code for
guiding
another
him?
ending.
Yes, this is certainly
I
the most
suppose.
logical explanation.
Oh, I can't click anymore. No, still 2. Okay. But does it have to do something with that? No. No. Oh, I can't go back right away. I thought I could activate it and then run, but no. I kinda wanna find out stuff for myself, but it's not easy. Like, what does this mean?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Wait. I did one with the... Oh, falling down into this. Yeah, I didn't do that with the bucket. Oh, shit. True.
The lights rose
Whee!
on an enormous room packed with television. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps.
Yeah.
After
Ooh.
some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home.
Damn.
In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all.
Like that.
He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this.
Paninis.
The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually.
Exactly.
It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
And it became an ending. Boom. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ooh,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oop.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Do all the screens have the end is never 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 the end? I think so. Okay, time to do the red door thing
When
because
Stanley
I have
came
bed
to a
there.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, I should have
Perhaps he
went
wanted
back
to
way.
stop by the employee lounge
That would have been
first,
my left.
just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business.
Yes,
Stanley took
back
the
to
first
business.
open door on his left.
Sorry.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Okay.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
Just for
that
you.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Oh.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And
Got
there
it.
it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job
wife.
well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before
Yeah, I
you
know.
hunted for figurines.
Nice. Got them all. Okay. So I can go to the red door now. Do I go first or do I piss him off first? Nah, I'll just go through the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
And I die. What? Okay, I don't.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
I'll try. But I think it's the mouse. Because I have USB ports on my keyboard and stuff, and it's not lagging out. So... Wait, another port. This one. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I can't go very far. So what's this? Ooh. This looks
Here. Yes. Oh, it's
fancy.
beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Oh.
I actually feel happy.
Now the narrator feels happy, that's nice. It's a donut. Yes, everything is a donut. No, I don't have anything. My keyboard doesn't have any plugs. What I meant that I think the mouse is laggy is because the keyboard is also plugged to the computer. So both are plugged, so I have multiple plugs, and only the mouse is acting out, so I don't know. Okay.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Okay.
Right. Where were we?
Ah. Bliss. More donuts. This one's red and pink and orange. Whoa! Okay, I'm bored. Yeah, it's a bucket, sure. What is that?
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'm climbing.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well, I need a way out. Bye!
No!
Eh?
Oh, thank
God
God.
damn it.
You lived. You had me worried. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley?
Again.
Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Out of spite! God damn it.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? Yes. Perhaps you can.
Sure, let's.
Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
No. I cannot. Also, I'm slower. Okay. Back to jumpity jump.
No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
Well,
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
yeah. Yep. Damn it.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Yep.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this one is yours.
He's just getting depressed. Wee. Oh. Wee.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Question is he gonna keep his memory or nah? Hmm. Oh shit, he's not even talking. What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Whatever. Sure. Why not? When Stanley found the figurines. Okay. The memory zone. What? Zone, sweet zone. Wait. British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Okay. Well, no choice.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
What if I pick one? I'm on 7 out of 6 now. Huh. That changes things.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. but you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
8 out of 6. Am I gonna end up with 12?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Yeah, under the stairs.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
What?
Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yeah, sure. What's making this music? What the fuck is this room? Okay.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh. Okay. Why does the name keep changing? Hell yeah. Yeah, best Windows movie maker ever made. Okay. The narrator. Best boy, the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Yes.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but
Did
it was
you?
8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
A lot of time, yes, indeed. Okay. I love this game. Hey there.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I am in the present. Oh.
And then there was no more.
That's a bit
because
tricky.
we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh. Okay.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop
Okay.
the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Sure. Did it
Okay,
spawn?
yes, the room with the red
Yes.
and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
It's gonna fuck up. This one you made a movie maker about.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
It's just making it faster. Okay.
Yes,
Wow.
I love that video.
Okay. That's... Of course. The pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, sure.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What if I go to the other one now? Can I? I can. No, I can't. Yeah, well, you know, I'm just coughing casually. It's nothing to be worried about. Don't worry.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing.
Damn it.
Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Sorry. No, I won't go to the doctor. I'll die first. Collectibles. The jump.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
But it wasn't a new feature, it was a feature made by the narrator. Instantly Parable 2.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Which way do I go? Also, they're not doors, they're buckets. Everyone knows that. Be right back in a sec. I am back in a sec. Yeah, they both lead to the same place.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Nah, see, it still disconnects.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different.
Oh.
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Damn. That's a nice ending. Oh. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. What? Is this? Is this a match 3? So heaven for me is just buttons. I shall push them all. Ah! Wait, they come back. They come back, don't they? Yep. So... What am I supposed to do now? Help? Okay. But... Help? What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Am I even supposed to do something? Other than reset the game? What do we do? Okay. Well, I don't know. Just tell me, Bendix. Is there another way out of this than beginning the game again? Because I just don't want to reset. Oh, okay. I just didn't want to reset something because I'm not patient enough, you know? Okay. That's new. Oh god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What in the fuck? Wait, I can open it? Okay. So I got the whiteboard ending.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would
It's
become
annoying.
both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hmm.
Still no one was here.
Oh, it
Stanley
went
needed
back
the
to
bucket's
normal,
warmth
okay.
and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. So here is an ending to get. Like... Is it an elevator ending? I'm the most expensive box. Okay. God damn it. So yeah, see, it's the mouse. Apart from the elevator, I don't see any way to get an ending here. Yeah, I know, he said that already. Can you tell me a hint that won't give it away too easily? Or... This is close. Ah. Okay, let me look for a bit. Look around for a bit. Can I close the door? No. Time, graphic. No fake walls. Oop. No, that's because I was, yeah. Oh. No, that's you again. Right? It's not a book. Like, secretly a button or something. A book you can flip. Might be that. No, no. Yeah, I'm out of ideas. You found it on your own? Hey Shadow, how you doing? What? Oh, you found it in the original. I'm fine. Still coughing a bit, but I'm doing fine otherwise. Oh! Wait, you light up? No, you didn't light up. What? Did I break the game? I think I broke the elevator. No? Ah. Well, I'm stuck. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Oh wait, I
lucky
didn't want to.
indeed.
Oh. Idea. I didn't do that with a bucket.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults.
What?
I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Can I see the mighty beast?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Okay, I got the kill your bucket ending. Nice. Oh, another call.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
What? Okay. That was rather strange, but sure. Hey, Haiku. Give me the cat. Yeah. Oh, since he purrs hard, maybe the microphone will pick him up. Well, he has to purr first. I'll give him pets. No, don't start. Yeah, but now you're giving him attention to the toy, not to the pets, so he won't purr. Also, say hi to the people. Yeah, but you can say hi to the people. He's not purring. So what? He can purr some more. He likes the cuddles, doesn't he? No, 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 do not on my computer. You're gonna step on the power button. Please don't do that. The first one did that like 3 times already. Please. Don't shut down my stream for the 2nd time today. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What, you want my stream to end, Shadow? You're not nice.
Yet there was not a single
Am I
person
such a
here
bad streamer?
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, I didn't go downstairs with the bucket. I forgot about that. Also, I just remembered. I didn't do the escape without the bucket.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
No, I don't.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Okay. Yeah, it would be funny, like, hey, I'm watching your video, but I'm also not watching it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
So, I didn't do the downstairs with the bucket, and I didn't do the escape without the bucket. Also, I was gonna talk about something that I forgot immediately. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter much. Was just gonna be me being sassy because I got offered to do
sponsorship. Through the large door that read "Mind Control Facility."
Nope, escape.
Although this passageway had the word "escape" written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, would I?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Let's do that. But then go back in.
No.
Why does he keep growling when he's got his...
Of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death.
He's taking it away. He was leaving me.
Yeah, like he seemed to be very jealous with his toys. Yeah, I'm escaping.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward, and willingly confront his death.
Now you can't choose both. That's sad. I don't want to die. Yours is this one. Sure.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye. Oh.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
So wait, this happens again? But it's not about the bucket. Huh.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Ooh, miniature
Do you
map.
see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Pacing of its opening session was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Two doors. Instead of two doors, the very first increased piece of the Stanley Parable's design. When this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it. An exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinets, okay. Paintings. My computer. 1, 2, 3. The office. I cannot click on any door. Button sound. Selection of sound used through the game buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard and stroke and a synth. Never heard that one. Office computers. Down, down, down. Credits. Hey, I got the credits. Maintenance room. I've been there. Fun. What? You can have cash spawn in your The lounge. The office. I am lost. You're a narrator. I appreciate the previous Stanley game as work of art and is still a long title. Oh, it's just letters. Okay. From left to right, evolution of Stanley's office. Over time, the first was created in 2011, then 2012, and then 2013. Ah. Right. That's a nice insight. Game design mockup. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent to Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mockup is still in the game. There is a lot to discover here. Apartment timer. In the previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking it up would lead to a different ending. The cargo lift. Second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where a cargo was actually stored. Yeah. Cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Yeah, that works. Wait. One doorway to maintenance in the lounge. Two doorways to maintenance. Wait, there's a vent in the lounge that leads to the maintenance? To confusion ending, the other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. Huh. The flow of following the first two doors was important to set right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of design, but ultimately it was a simpler version that won. So number one. Okay. This never ends. Zending levers. These levers were originally part of the Z ending. Player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Wow. We ran 4 major teasers trailers over the course of the game's dev. Each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator, informing viewers that he is preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Okay. Z ending. The screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Z ending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Okay. Model. The Z ending went through many iterations. This room represents the fourth version of the ending, and we thought it was complete but decided to abandon and change it shortly before launch. Escape menu. For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Okay. Monitor room. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and count down below. We abandoned this when players found it difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. Okay. That's an early version of the countdown room. The desk. One of the desks from an early version. Oh. Yeah, and it also gives you hints towards other endings. 72. It was 3 blue, 2 yellow, 1 green. What? I don't get that. Why? Yeah. I mean, crazy dog. There's a freedom ending as it existed in beta. Okay. That's in the alpha. That's the boss office clock. Screens from the dev of the boss office, yeah. This place is so fucking huge. The lounge, underground. Narration outtakes.
Now then, this elevator for sure would get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be. Stanley walked over the bridge. Stanley stood on the snow.
Okay. What's this way? No, wait, I wanted to look past the cook thingy to see if there was any hint. That's what was about the cool thingy, so it was this way. I am so fucking lost. No, that's the mock-up. Okay, so I've been there. I've been there. Have I been everywhere? I haven't been there. Warzone. In early dev, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on the battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jockey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Okay. I mean, would have been fun, but maybe too different from everything else. Maybe. Oh, Ultra Deluxe announcement. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the video we made for the announcement's game delay. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I saw everything. Time to go to the exit and die, crushed. No.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Do I quit? Because it told me to. You know what? Aha! I win. That didn't change anything, okay.
All of his co-workers were
Might
gone.
have been
What could
just
it
making
mean?
a fool of myself.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I know the code.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Why do you talk like it? You don't have to. Just saying. Can you not press up this thing? What if I go back up?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I don't know. Just did it because.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
Oh, I
It's
can put
still
another
just
code.
exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Okay. No, it's not 96, I'm dumb. There you go. Damn it. No. Okay. Well, I don't know. Back down I go. Whee!
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
What if I go back up again? You know, to spite him.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Back down. Ah. Sorry. No. Wait. I can't take it anymore? Oh shit.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Okay.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
And we go down.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Yeah, well, I'm getting a new ending. Back up. No. He doesn't even want now.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started.
Exactly.
But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation
Right
for the
here.
story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition.
Right.
You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work
Isn't
and your
this
storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the
Do you people look up to me? Thank you.
kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
What
Oh,
the
good,
fuck?
we're here.
Oh, and I can't go back down.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
And now I have to do that with the bucket afterwards. Healthiest human being. All traits revealed. The guy who went to Mars. Okay. All eyes on me. Yeah, all 4 eyes. Well, times 2. An evening with...
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Yeah, well, yeah, wait. Q&A with Wolf, World's first sentient machine. Storyteller. Wait. Stanley reveal all his new book. All in his new book. I made a book. Cool. To stage.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
47.
Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Brick-a-leg champ, your boss. Story. Staring me. Okay. Why do I have twice the break-a-leg champ? Remember where he came from. Your what? Your co-workers. Ah. Up again, down again, the Stanley story. Okay, why not? Why not? Let's go. The audience with the dude who came up with pizza. That must be nice. Doing great, what? Nah, I don't have time. And the Lord something something. I'm famous! It's also way too loud. But look at me, Mom. I'm famous now. Yes! I made it. I'm on stage. They have a whole 3 frames. Woo. My fame is never ending, and it's gone. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yeah, you can go back up. It was just breaking my ears for a minute.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So we're going again.
It
With
takes a
the
lot of
buckets.
humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's go. Meeting room empty. Oh no.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
There you
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
go. Sheer
Was
luck.
it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
And now I shall go down. Bucket is dictating me to go up again. It's not my choice. It's the bucket's. Up. Hey, bye-bye.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
What?
Bucket said nothing.
Number 3? Is that a hint? Is that a hint?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Wait,
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
let's go back in the elevator.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
With the buckets, it just goes clonk, clonk, clonk for a while. But I want to go back.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Hey, I know you're a sentient dude that got turned into a bucket that waged wars and stuff. You're a character of D&D, you're a final boss.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion.
Except
He
I'm not
wielded the
clicking on
number
number
3
3.
like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Oops. I don't know what I'm doing. So he just rejected me. Ah.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Is the solution to just keep going forward? Because I'm not doing that. Back up!
Ah, said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right
fuck
then
was
and
that?
there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Lots of threes. So, doing great. A
This was it.
conversation with
One last
Alexander the
chance
Great.
to win the bucket over.
Meet and greet.
One opportunity
Oh.
to share a true connection with a loved one.
3. Just threes. 3. 3 again. 3 again. The Stanley story. Okay. Wait, there's the back of the book. 3, that's the magic number. Yes, it is. A shockingly 3-dimensional character. 3 stars. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Oh, still that. Okay, that didn't change. Weird. Let's hold another press conference about... This time not about going up and down an elevator.
There was no
an
one
elevator.
here. Nobody
No.
had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak,
No.
to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding.
No.
The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That is so fucking sad. Oh. Nice. Such a sad ending. Wait,
All of his co-workers were gone.
why is
What
this
could it
this
mean?
layout?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why do you give me the bark again? Okay. I need not the bucket now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh. Yeah, and the other one is before going
Yet
into
there
the
was
office,
not a
right?
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But I go downstairs and upstairs and downstairs and upstairs. Yeah, I didn't want to know. Right, I didn't go down with the with the bucket. It's not what I had in mind anyways, but because I want to try the pressing on again.
Here's the door, just go.
I still have to speedrun that ending. So now that the door is permanently open, I should be able to gain time, right?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yep.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Let me...
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Super early.
Did he have the
Let's go.
strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
No, I'm not.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility,
I'll explain
it was
when
too
I'm there.
horrible
It's
to
easier.
believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay, these doors, like this one and this one, I haven't been through. And they're red, so you should be able to go through. I mean, this is not a door, right? But still, this door, I haven't been through it. And when you activate the thing, when you press on, it blows up, but you still have the buttons. You have to do something with the buttons, right? It's a puzzle. I just didn't figure it out. So I'm trying to, well, figure it out. But there is the room I haven't checked, and I believe it was open for a moment after pressing on.
And when at last he found the source... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
The door was open for a sec.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only
He explained to me that it was all pointless. God damn it.
so much that machine can do.
Well, guess I can just skip it.
Stanley had
Let's
never
go
seen the
downstairs
office
with the
this
bucket.
brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Okay.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Time to go downstairs with the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Nope.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized This isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Oh, no.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from
Oh,
this.
God.
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward
No,
from
it's
room to
not
room,
mine.
passing by one bucket
God,
after the
there's
next.
buckets
None of them
everywhere
were
now.
his. None of them were his
Oh my
special
fucking God.
bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then
Trying
suddenly,
bucket?
he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was
Ew.
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
And now...
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Eh?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed,
Oh,
picked up her
right.
bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on
It's
this
just now she's got a
particular day,
bucket.
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he
Well,
didn't
no.
even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Okay. I didn't do the confusion bucket ending. Let's do
Stanley
just that.
decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself.
Yoink.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No, it's not.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the
Maintenance.
opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place
What?
eventually.
Oh boy.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
But I killed you.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh. Let's go.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you
Yeah.
remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No, I'm not giving my bucket up. I don't want to. You'll have to force me. God, I'm going deep down. Whoa. This is giving me too much Portal vibes where you have to kill
Don't you get it,
your best
Stanley?
friend.
We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Shut up, GLaDOS.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No, GLaDOS. No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
But I'm not. You're not even promising me
Now
cake
listen to
for
me.
that.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Well, let's see
Sure,
if it
I
can
can
do
hear
it.
you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
Damn.
What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now,
boy.
the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley.
Nope.
Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
So did it just... Oh. Is it in heaven now? With
The Bucket
buttons?
Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
No. You won't make me give my bucket up. But what if I do? What if I feed him the bucket?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Hey, don't get me paranoid.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
Yeah, I'm not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Yes.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Do not get things too
And
repetitive.
here
I
it was.
got
Had
in
the
mind
bucket
another
turned out
ending
to be correct?
that I didn't
was
do with the
no,
bucket.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No. What?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
So the bucket being a human being that got cursed by that thing or whatever is actually canon. Okay. Nice. I can't get the heaven ending with the bucket because I have to be here. And the bucket is all the way over there. And if I move...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Oh, this adventure is
Stanley
for all of
clutched
them,
the bucket tightly to his...
Okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
The silly music, of course.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Aww,
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Damn it.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Okay.
Can you guess what the bucket destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Well, do it.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it
Oh, she
can't
won't
destroy
do
your
it.
bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its single...
Aw, bummer. I thought it would have an alternate ending. Well, I guess not. But now we're in a pickle.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Because I am
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Kind-
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
kind of out of ideas.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
Okay.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I just have
It
one
was okay.
question, Bendix.
But
Do you
eager
think
to
you
get
can
back to
go
business,
down
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This place, you can get on the ground on this place without dying.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
No, I mean it's free. But like, can you get down there without dying? Because there's this that's open, so it feels like it's... Yeah, okay. So you can, so it kills you if you go down there. Hello, some random vampire infatuated with Nar. What? I don't know what that means, but good for you. Maybe.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps
Oh,
we've gotten off
narrator.
on the wrong foot here.
I
I'm
see.
not your enemy, really, I'm not. I
Stupid.
realize that investing your
Right.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Where do I get a key card?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nope.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Now you have a key card. What? Wait. That changed. Hold on. Yeah, danger everywhere.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yes, I will take the red door, but... But the... Why do you have a key card now? Fucking hell. Okay, let's try it like that. See how it goes.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Just
You
to
see
say.
that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these
What if I go back?
choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way
Oh,
you're
I
doing
can't.
right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Okay.
I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Let's just stay in the happy place of the narrator.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I might have to wait like 3 hours to get an ending here. Maybe, probably, I don't know. I have no idea. But like, the baby ending takes 4 hours, so yeah. Well, at least the narrator is happy. So, better than nothing, right? No, I have to kill myself, really? Bummer. But I did that already, so there is no point, really. So, which ending am I missing? Why is there no tracker of ending? Oh, I should do the speedrun. Let's go. You just save kid
All
there.
of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, speedrun.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a
Go,
set of
Stanley,
2 open
go.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
You have no time to lose.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Take the
Stanley
right pathing.
decided to go up to his...
Don't
Coming to a
sigh.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's already open, just go. Fuck, it's not already open.
Here's the door, just...
Okay, it is. Go, 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 go. Go! I only have 4 minutes and 22 seconds and the door is slow as fuck to open.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Yes, I did
Mind
that.
Control Facility.
I failed already? Oh, come on. I can get some time. I can buy some time.
The lights rose
doing
on
that.
an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this
Eee.
place hold? Stanley
See how much
thought to
time I
himself.
gained?
Did he have
got
the
here
strength
before the
to
door
find
opened.
out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building,
A hero
Stanley's
forge?
co-workers.
What's that?
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally
Yeah, I
monitored
know,
in this place
I
where
fell already.
freedom meant nothing.
And I fell with the bucket.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
But
Was
would
it
his
even
power
possible?
be, though?
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Maybe a bard.
But
Could
here
work
was the
as a
proof.
bard.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
I decide.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Please let me
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
Why are you so
even
slow?
as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Smart
What
move.
other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed
Yeah.
into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
He would be
For
more
it was
the
not knowledge or even power that he
sarcastic
had been
kind of
seeking,
bard.
but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Please. Please give me achievement.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Easy.
The feeling of liberation. The immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley
Was
was
happy.
happy.
I got the sprint achievement. Let's go. So now I need the achievement that says 8888888888888. So it might be ram your face against the 8 button in the office. Right? Yeah, I have like there's 1,008s. Play a full Thursday, no test achievement, I need to get that. Wait. I did get sprint. Right? Just refresh the page. Wait, I didn't? No, I did. Yeah, I did. It just didn't refresh. Okay. So I need 888888888. Super go outside. Commitment. These two are not gonna be done on stream. I mean, I'll do super go outside on stream. That would be nice. Wait. Oh, sprint is the name in Fran. Okay. So I just need to get the test achievement and the 888888888888888.
All of his
I
co-workers
don't know
were
what the
gone.
888 is.
What could it mean?
Let's try
Stanley
it out.
decided to go to the meeting room. When Stanley came
mean,
to
I'm
a set of 2 open
out
doors,
of endings to
he
think
entered the
of,
door on his
so-
left.
Might as well get achievements hunting.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to
There's
go
no
up to his boss's
4
office,
digits here.
hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Also, yes, he would be a lot of personalities at once.
Here's the door, just go.
Really? Well, you know I'm quite oblivious, so... Oh, I have to do it in... 8 is here. Yep. No, that's a 0. No. Bucket countdown. What?
Eight.
Hey, got it. So that's nice. So that means I just need 3 more achievements. Like I need the test achievement and the stupid achievements. But like, what can I do here? Nothing. I went back up and down the elevator. I went through the escape room. I went down to the hole. I pressed on, I pressed off. What else can I do? I did all that with the bucket. I mean, there might be another code here, but I don't know about it. So... Oh, there's a camera. So yeah, I'm just... lost. this apparently leads to literally nowhere. I don't know why I keep going back to the hole here. I really don't know what I'm doing. I mean, so far I knew where to go because I knew what was pending. But now I have nothing on top of my mind.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
There doesn't seem to be any railings. There's this number again, the rent a fence. I cannot fit through that, nor that. Eh. If light is on, call it's 0914. Okay. Can't get through that. I cannot do anything. So I'm clueless right now.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this
Yep.
place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah, show me the screens. Might be a hint there.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to
What
images
is
on a
that?
screen, and Stanley, one of them,
I can't zoom
eternally
in.
monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
528. I can't fucking read. 459 and 491 are mirrors. Yeah. Fired, and one is blue. Still no hints. Well, okay. Bye, random vampire. Have a good time.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Well, I can't go back, can I? No. I'll go back like that. No, it's not that I like it that much. It's that I'm lost. I keep saying that. I don't know where else to go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I honestly could use a hint. I mean, so far I think I did everything, but no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I
What new
tried
mysteries
to.
lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today?
But you-
Let's find out.
You show it to the grinder, but you don't throw it into it. So that didn't work.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Thing I haven't tried is
And
to
here it
stay
was.
here
Had the
until
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
the narrator
Stanley
stops
thought to
talking.
himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
But again, I don't know if this will give me an ending.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yeah. What a journey indeed.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Can a bucket even feel at home?
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
So yeah, special connection indeed. Wait. I just thought about it. If I try to go for the line for the confusion ending, but mid-ending I take the bucket, what would happen? Because I cannot go for the confusion ending with the bucket, but I can go for it, wait for the narrator to reset the game, and then I take the bucket. Would that work? Huh. But since I already took the bucket, I can't try it out now. Which is a bummer. So, let's try to think of another ending. Also, yeah, it's not giving me any endings.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
If I go on the right, I either get the creepy message about the bucket talking to me, or the bucket quiz, or I just jump with the bucket and die. That's faster. I didn't try to jump with the
No.
bucket.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the
Did I?
meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might
I've
die
already
in
been
one
there.
another's arms. How deeply touching.
Indeed. So let's try the line ending, but with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
And then
And
went
so he
to the line.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
And yet when I keep telling you that I'm lost and have no idea, you don't even give hints.
From here it's, left.
I mean, I could use a hint.
Oh, no.
Honestly.
No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Give me...
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Oh, can't. Okay.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Let's go. Wait. Anything around here? No. No, okay. Anything else opens? Yeah, I'm gonna try, but at the first reset, and from now on, I'll take the bucket.
No.
And if he doesn't spawn, I'll just,
this isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here
reset.
yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Here's the bucket here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
he
go to the
disappeared,
meeting.
so you cannot do descending with the bucket. Okay, got it. What? What? Okay. I'm just gonna take... You know what? I'm gonna take a break in the elevator.
Stanley knew the office layout like the
With the
back of his
bucket.
hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Because the wife is asking for attention, so I must give. Oh, okay, I can just close it. No, I'm done streaming in over an hour, and it will be a
Still no
5
one was
minutes
here.
break, so it's
Stanley
fine.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his bosses... Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have
Yeah,
no
you keep
remaining
saying that.
stickers. If I did, you can get... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
Also,
bucket
yes,
walked
I've seen the
upstairs
new
to the
league
boss's
champion.
office.
He looks, well, she or it, don't give a fuck. How do I say this? Yes and no. I'll explain later. It's time for a break. Okay, I'm back. Took more time than previously thought, but you know, I don't know. Okay, so what were you guys talking about? V Rising? What's that? It's really fun. I don't like they have DLC costing 200% of base price during early access. You don't have to buy it, it's only skins and stuff, not gonna help you in game. The game is like a new world mixed with Rust. I just PTSD from Ark. I remember them releasing paid expansion to the game when it was in early access, so instead of getting the game ready for 1.0 release, they started adding expansions. Yeah, that's bad. So is there other people around? Yeah, you can play it pre-servers, so it's an MMO or PvP, but you lose only your materials. You don't lose weapon or full PvP, you lose everything. Guess I'll have to take a look at some reviews. It's kind of an MMO. I thought it was more Diablo-like, but I couldn't rise friends and co-op. Guess I was wrong, so I'll check some reviews. Yeah, you can make private server and play only with friends, or you can join pre-servers. It's only PvE. Oh. Or you can join PvE servers, which is only PvE. If it's like Rust, does your car stay in the world when you log out like Rust? You can meet other players, but you can't kill them or raid them. Yeah, it's like Rust, only one in server. If you change server, you make new one. Now I have to add 10 minutes to my stream time. Yeah. Maybe. Probably. So, had fun with the music? I'm still lost with the ending. And to go back to what I was saying, took more time than previously.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of...
Oh well, it's another ending, I've done it. So, took way longer because it was not just hugs. It was problem-talking hugs. But that's better now. As for the new champion,
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's Belveth. I have a problem with the champions in League. And it's the pretty face problem. Because sex appeal works.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Which they've been doing since 2013, or since Kaisa, basically. It's either a cute champion or a champion with at least a human face.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
I know. But... so yeah, it's sexy man, sexy woman. Nothing like, say, Vel'Koz or Kha'Zix, or Skarner even. Like, nothing that doesn't look human for one, or that looks mean or ugly. Like, just pretty faces everywhere. They even did that on previous champions that were ugly or had no face, like Xerath, which is just energy dude. Like, he's literally just an armor with, well, energy trapped in an armor, so he has no face. He's just lightning, somewhat. And they did a skin where he has a pretty face, abs and stuff, and it's just annoying because they're just saying sex appeal.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort.
Shut up.
Yes, the bucket. Yes. I love that bucket.
Okay. So, can I click on the clock? No. So the thing is, they sell sex appeal.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
So
chest and
it
entered
limits
the
the
door on his left.
creativity a lot because you have pretty champions, and if you want to place like the Void, for example, which is full of
This was
horrors,
not the correct way to the meeting room. But
well,
Stanley had felt the bucket calling
you
to
know,
him,
you can't really
telling
slap
him
a pretty
that
face
the
on
employee
cosmic
lounge
horrors,
was simply the place to be.
but apparently they can. So they did. But yeah, Belveth is kind of a mix of both because she's got a pretty face,
And here it was.
which is also a
Had
cosmic
the bucket
horror.
turned out to be
Yay!
correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Problem is, with Kaisa, that's also from the Void, but she's a human that got corrupted, so yeah, she can be a human. That makes sense lore-wise.
Truly, being here with the
Oh,
bucket
come on.
was a grand adventure.
Shut
no,
up.
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
But if you take Vel'Koz or Kha'Zix, for example, they're just from the Void, so it doesn't make sense for them to have a human face in the first place. It makes sense for, what's her name? Evelyn, to have a human face and be kinda sexy because it's her whole gig. Demons try to look like humans. Evelyn feeds on on lust, so she makes a human horny and then she kills them. But that's part of her lore, so it makes sense that she's pretty. Or if it's just humans, well, they just happen to be pretty, which is why they just do pretty stuff. Okay, have
And so
fun.
the two of them
Is it because I
detoured
keep
through the
talking
maintenance
about League?
section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop talking about it, but basically,
Still, no
It's-
one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's
like the
warmth
new
and
champ
comfort
much.
now more than ever.
That's
Perhaps
it.
his boss's office was where he'd
Short
find
answer.
answers.
uh,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I just feel like I'm going in circles right now. Like, what do I even do? I'm clicking on every single door. Someone help me, please. Does this part have no texture? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. A hostile takeovers. The new biannual percentage. What? What new things can I do here? Like, come on.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light
What if I
pierce
just
the
wait
dark
for him to
clouds of
stop talking?
confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 28 2845.
What if I wait and not?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 28. The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. 2845.
It gave me a tiny glow of warmth.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Okay.
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
So he just opens the door eventually. Okay. If you piss the dude off long enough, he is fine. But now what else can I do?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
What if I do that? With the bucket. That's not gonna get me an ending, but more stuff to talk.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. Nope. It's death for Stanley and the bucket.
More paintings.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Well, getting squished in one go is not very painful. You just die. And if now I go back, nothing happens. Great. So it's either an end I've already seen, or two ends I've already seen. So I guess it's not, there is nothing on the left anymore.
Stanley decided to
Nothing
go
down
to the
there.
meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
I'll just spam
When
glitch.
Stanley came to a
as
set
I
of
go.
two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
There's another keycard thing. Is there even a keycard in this game? I doubt that. Yes, I want a big hint, please. I've been going around in circles for a while now. Like, is there even a keycard? Okay. Thanks for the big help.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside.
Well,
to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
first I have a question. Is there a keycard in this game? Okay. Okay, there is not. Then yes, I need direction because I really don't know what to do.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
Oh yeah, there was
if you
another
can truly
ending
place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What if I don't?
As Stanley picked
Oh.
up the phone, a white
What?
light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yep.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please.
Also, I just noticed that you told me to
Please
unplug
observe this
it, so I
helpful
did find it by
instructional
myself
video.
right before you told me, or at the same time. I don't know.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness," Is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack. Excellent. Making
Okay.
choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make
8?
more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back.
What the
You may
fuck?
have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that
It's
you're properly
everywhere.
informed on good decision-making, we're
Danger.
going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Can I take that back?
Now that we
Oh.
know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Aw.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. Guess I don't have a choice anymore.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Right.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Bitch, I ain't
No!
listening to you.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
We're too late. No?
Oh,
Oh boy.
it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
Nah, you don't.
I have to.
No! He unplugged the game. I'm getting tired.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Huh?
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yes.
You just had to see?
Yes.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
No.
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Is there?
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
Nope.
That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Yes.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going to the right once again.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Still fucked? Oh my god,
Yet
it's
there was
fine.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Give me back my choices. No. What the?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I can't. Fuck you. I don't even remember what the code is.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
What?
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
No. Does it work if I say it? Like Night Shark 115?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
But if I say Night Shark 115, it still doesn't work.
Okay,
So, yeah.
fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Okay. What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, Stanley, don't.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
Oh.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Hey, I'm getting credits.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
He's getting so depressed.
So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. So I got that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Now what? Why do we have a music in the background?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
No, I
he
can't.
entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way
Mr.
to the meeting
Bendix.
room,
What?
and Stanley knew
Hi.
it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I
It was
can't do it
okay.
with the bucket because the bucket doesn't
But
even...
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
The bucket doesn't give me a call. It just brings me home.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
more
Are
to
you
do
that
around
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
But what if I don't? I don't know, exploring to see if I missed anything. Because I don't know where to go nor what to do. So I'm just randomly going around. I'll try to go the blue ending again.
Perhaps you misunderstood.
Might have missed
Stanley
stuff.
walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the... All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You
Because
see?
yes, there's the baby
There's
ending,
nothing
but
here.
it's...
I haven't even
4
finished
hours
building
long.
this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it
Yep.
worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help
I'm not gonna
elucidate these
save
strange
the baby
and
for
unknowable
4
desires
hours.
of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop
Yeah.
you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Nah.
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough,
So yeah,
I've
I don't get
compiled a
any
new
choices
version.
here, really.
And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at
So
it,
I
would
might
you?
go for the baby
Perfect.
ending, maybe.
Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh my god. Ow. Ah. Better. But now it's just without any sounds, so it kinda sucks. Let's put it at 10. And it's 4 hours of this, and after 2 hours there's 2 buttons. Yay. Yeah, but you see the stream ends in like 20 to 30 minutes max, but it might end earlier because I'm not really having fun anymore because I don't find stuff. I feel like I've been through everything even though I know I haven't because you keep telling me there is more endings. But they're well hidden or I'm blind, but either way I can't find them, so in my mind I did them, since there is no achievement to seek them. But you don't have a phone with a bucket, do you?
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babe?
Because there is no unplugging with a bucket, is there?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this... One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Wait, you can take the bucket and go back to the office? Isn't the door closed?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? It's bucket time.
What do you mean it's not the right office? Of course it is. But... no, I can't open it. So I can't take the bucket and go back to my office. Okay. Well, so you just had to get lucky to get the door to open? Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh yeah, there is a phone I can unplug.
Now
Okay.
pick up the phone.
Never mind then.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
I forgot.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Why?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Oh, it's 90 seconds.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds
Oh my God.
and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
Good. This saying is a perfect
I can't
example
hear
of
you.
expectations
Just a sec.
management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times.
Why?
Just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention
my
and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What does that have to do with being funny?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well,
Yes, the war was like 300 years ago. Anyway, yes, wife? Oh, well played. You're great. Okay, back with the game now. She was proud to announce me that she got first on TFT.
no matter, I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Alright, let's do this. Good luck on that. Yes, you
I
can. I
feel
believe in you.
This time, I'm really going to
I can't
nail
help
the
you.
delivery. You'll be in
can't.
stitches. A talking
Hey.
bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy.
Hey, I
That's
have
what
10
you'll
minutes
call
of
me.
streaming.
Thank
Then
goodness we had the
then I'm good.
instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. But I
Bendix is
wouldn't be the king
20.
of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
Oh, come on. Okay, what do you need? Are the things I wouldn't do for love. Now it's 20. Nah, it's still 20.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yeah, let's not overthink. Maybe. Sometimes it's good. But when you joke, no. So I go back to the 2 doors. But what if I take the left one?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
What if I do?
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Was that an alternate ending? Funny. What?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing.
Since when
Not
do you
even
have
the
that
lowliest
title?
joke-telling whelp. I think
Oh no,
I
don't
need to
don't
go
make me
back
watch
and
that again.
Watch that instructional video again.
Please.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my.
Oh no. Oh.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you. It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
Why do I keep
I
responding
heard that
here?
you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale
He
with
doesn't even have a
shame?
bucket on him.
Pale. What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
Nope.
I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Indeed.
Let's see.
Alright, that's another ending. Yay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Say it's
Yeah.
bucket time.
Please let me back in the room. Let me in! How do you get the test achievement? Must be a special ending somewhere. The one at the boss's office. Which one?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
I don't go
Stanley
in the
needed the
office.
bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Okay.
boss's office.
So I just stay there. And then, like, if it's something I could have guessed, I'm gonna be mad at myself. Wait. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Stepping into his manager's office,
Oh.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
I broke the door.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket...
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed
All of his
that.
co-workers
Oh,
were gone.
that's how you...
What could it mean? Stanley decided to... It's bucket time.
Nope, I can't even... Well, I'm doing the whiteboard ending with the bucket. There we go. Wait, I already did that. Yeah, let's go without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meow. Deja vu. I've already seen this place before.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, that's pretty much the whole game.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hello, goodbye.
Here's the door.
Ha! Now? Oh. Oh. It opened. This is open too? Everything opened? This one is closed. Peculiar, right? I could still pick the bucket up now. Oh. That's new. 428? You are now leaving. Wait, really? Escape pod bay floor 760. Oh, it's just 6 floors up. That's fine. I'm here. Oh. Oh, hey, red door. Oh. Oh shit. Oh no. So there is 759 Stanleys. Oh no. That's a lot to take in. What is real? What isn't? And now I'm 760. And it's not even the top. Escape. Is it a real escape though? I can somewhat see walls. The fuck? Okay. That's it. That's just you leave. And the guy says nothing.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
It didn't! Yes! Let's go! Bucket.
It's bucket time.
It is.
Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the
Ha.
Future Happiness Foundation.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
That's exactly the same ending.
Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
So he didn't change anything with the bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Dun, dun, dun! But it didn't change anything, did it?
It's bucket time.
Bucket time is a lot of times.
Stanley
Yeah, I was gonna
clutched
do
the
that.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm not that clueless. Ah!
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. But yeah, for example, that I would have never guessed.
Stepping in...
But like, can I go down? No. At least I know. It feels so weird to not have the narrator talk. Like, everything just stops. And what does the bucket change? Yeah, but that would mean looking for solutions, right? Solution line, like... Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing you didn't try yet, so... I might look stuff up because I'm out of ideas. I just want to, you know stuff, but then it's not worth streaming them if I just know what to do because it just becomes a showcase and not discovering stuff. So this might be the last episode. Yeah, we'll try one more, but this will be the last episode of Stanley because, you know, not much else to do. Oh, you actually get the... Aww. Bucket. You escape. Okay, bro. You go. Why do you give him hugs? Why are you giving him hugs? Okay. What is the last thing you want to try? Too late, I moved. But wait. Wait. I just thought of
How
something.
long was I sitting?
I just thought of something.
All of his co-workers.
Damn it. Wait, so exit the game, so just quit the menu? Oh, I have to redo the bucket escape thing?
All of his co-workers were.
Damn it. But I'm trying
Someone
to...
was fun.
I just thought of an ending I could try.
All of his co-workers.
Because see, the door doesn't always close, right? What if I put the input with the bucket? What if I go to heaven with the bucket?
All of his co-workers.
You can't? Why not? If the door just doesn't close. Really?
It's bucket time.
Hey, I made it to heaven with the bucket. I mean, it didn't change anything, but... Okay, so what's the extra secret? I have to restart the entire game? Like I go to the menu and reset everything? Like begin the game here? No? Go to desktop and then I start the game. Okay. We'll see how this goes. And after I just begin the game and don't move ever, I won't even skip the intro. Oh, I just don't move? Um... Friends! Wait, friends are 2 hearts, not 3. Oh, okay. Like that. It's adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Okay. Which of the 2 made up below is most appealing? Scrumtush or Occhiompwinkle? Scrumtush. Easier to say. Don't adjust. I won't. You know what time it is right now? Yes. It's time to set the clock. Is it time that is? Yes. What is time? Yes. Time is yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? No. You know everything. Help. Okay. Will he come back to visit me? Yes. In 10 years. Okay. I'm not doing anything. What do you mean restart it again? Oh, you just want me to go through that again and again and again? You just want me to go through the sliders again? Okay. Oh. Oh, it will unlock the last achievement? Maybe? Time is it? Does anyone truly know? Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other, we're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game's setting to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job's over. There is no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can, and I still don't really know you, and you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable, but if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games weren't meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. I'm not really in my job description. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Oh, epilogue. Is this what I unlocked? Okay. Epilogue. Let's go. I hope it's less than 6 minutes because this is the time I have. Epilogue. He did talk about making an epilogue. Many, many years later. Oh, I go back to here. Right, where I was frozen in time. Yeah. So... just me in the desert? Nope. Oh. Campfire. Sit on the chair. Go on top of it, and then squat on it. Squat on the chair. Let's go. Alright. To the moon. Wow. Towards the tornado. Onwards. Music is cool. Not gonna lie. The music is dope. To the moon. Nothing around. What's that? Cloud. Moon. Sun. Oh. I'm going back there. Where the skip button is. Wait, the generator is on? Stanley Parable 2. Oh, it's the memory. The memory zone. Wow. What is that? A review. Okay. Not fine. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley, but which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel, where the first game teamed with originality. Number 2 is dull and inspired and often insulting it to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1? The guide I complained about, no skip buttons. Ah. Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome retrieve from... Oh. No, that's not a choice. It's just this way. Oh, skip buttons. No, it's gym buttons. Gym. Nice. Dev, no more spin-off, no more sequels. When it launched, massive success, its creator made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but disastrous critical and commercial reception, the Stanley Parable 2 was prompted the devs to rethink their ambitions. Blah, 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 blah. It's clear it's just not what the fans want. With the press release, we thought that we had a vision for the series, blah, blah, blah. The press, blah, blah, blah. Preserve our artistic integrity, blah, blah, blah. Into blah, blah, blah. Bunch of bullshit. I just don't really... Cookie 9, yes, but this one is like... Eh. Gem, though. Do I get a choice of where I go? No. Ah, collectibles. I must gather them all. $26 out of 6. Nice. Whee. Oh. Oh shit. I didn't read around. I didn't think it would... Oh no. Hello again. It's nice to see you. Okay. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the devs said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Oh, thank you for enjoying the new content. Okay. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. I'm tempted to say no. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb title for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Expired... No. Expired space. Yep. It's absurd, I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this, either. Adding more content sounds like work, no need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Don't. I understand, sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come back to me. I'll be right there. Okay. Should have said yes, but no. And I'm keeping it on that. I don't get the meme. I'll go get the meme. The epilogue is not that long. If I rush it and don't read anything, it will be fast. Plus, the wife is still in game, so I have time. Just move forward forever. Nope. Opened windows. So you're on Stanley Parable 8. Nice. Okay. Alright. I'm down for that. Because yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you don't know about that kind of stuff. You think you're done, so you... Well, at least with me, I think I'm done, so I just move on. But oh, you have to not move. What tells me that? How could I have known? That's the problem. Oh, yeah. Because I got an ending in mind. Yeah, you don't want to hit reset, right? Yeah. I mean, you can start telling me what I missed. Also, did you get the test achievement? How do you get that? Because I didn't. Okay. No, the collectible didn't respawn. That's so sad. Okay, so there's a closed door. There's a thanks for enjoying the new content. Oh, I can't even click on them. Alright. Hi. Back here, I'm ready to say yes. Blah 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 blah. Let's. Good, then it's agreed, and you sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there, the achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in itself forever. Thank you. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There is only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. It is 7:35 p.m. There we go. Please adjust the slider. Let's keep it in the middle. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. A3 expired space. That's new. I did not get the achievement though. Do I have to begin the game to get the machine?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't see the machine. Oh, new content. Oh, so I have to do the new content thing all over again? If you back out when the bucket is missing and enter the epilogue, before you enter the memory zone, you find the pot with the bucket inside, so you can carry the bucket in the epilogue. It does nothing, but you can do it. Oh. So I could have just gotten the bucket in the epilogue. Okay. Well, it's fine.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this
Oh,
ultra deluxe
so it's
version
new
has turned
content.
out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Let me rush to the thing.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new
Give me
territory
achievement.
we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
tell me
It
now.
could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Free achievement, let's go. It just works. Yes. It won't end. No. Wait, did I get my jump backs? No. My jump's back.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever,
Yes!
and when you pull it, the achievement
it.
will be given. As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Yes.
Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
So, for the Ultra Deluxe, originally they planned to move the game to Unity and get it on console, and the only change with it was if you carried the bucket, the narrator would say Stanley and the
What
bucket
else?
instead of
What other
places.
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
It would say Stanley. But then, one of the people on the team wanted to change an ending. Then a new was added, and more got made, till the still marketed as Ultra Deluxe, but they added twice the endings, so it became a sequel that was not advertised as a sequel. Ah. Okay. Well, now we just need to play it on a full Thursday and never touch it again for 10 years. Well, that's gonna be a black screen. But anyways. Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, Thursday was the different. I don't know days, right? Okay, I'm just gonna stop the streaming for here. Yeah, from midnight to midnight. Got it. Not gonna be fun, but got it. So yeah. Hope you had fun. Then I will stream other games, such as Elden Ring, maybe, and your old Oddworld thing, probably. I'm thinking Ember Knight could be done, but we'll see. Maybe not because it's still early access. But anyway, I don't know when I'll stream again. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. A lot of stuff like that. I have no idea. Yeah, Stanley Parable is... I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite games, but it's very funny. You know what? Let's just put it to that, so people have something to look at. Or, well... Yeah, Yeah, I remember the end is never 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 the end. Why is it every game ever created? Eh? What do you mean by that? Oh well. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. I see. Well, sure, why not? So, yeah, it's my favorite game, but because it contains my favorite game within it, yeah, and Persona 4 and 5 and all the future ones too. Anyways, then it's not so much of a good game if it's League. Hmm. Well, I'm just... I'm just gonna leave. So, yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you had fun, and bye.